Welcome, dear one. You've arrived at the quiet edge of the night, the moment when the world grows still and the soul begins to remember its natural rhythm. There's nothing you need to do now, nowhere you need to go, nothing left to hold or fix. This is your time, the hour of rest, of healing, of calm. The day has done its work. Let it fade behind you like a tide drawing back into the sea. All the noise, all the motion, all the thoughts that have kept spinning, they can rest now. In this space, only your breath remains. Take a slow, deep breath in through your nose and exhale gently through your mouth. Again, inhale peace. Exhale release. One more time. Inhale the night, cool and quiet. Exhale everything that no longer serves you. You are safe here. This moment is your sanctuary. The air around you holds you gently, like the universe itself has wrapped you in stillness. Notice how your body begins to soften. The weight in your shoulders loosens. Your hands fall open. The muscles around your eyes relax. Your jaw releases its hold. Your breath deepens naturally, as though it's finding its true home. Tonight, you are invited on a journey, not outward, but inward. A journey through stories that carry the wisdom of centuries, told not to fill the mind, but to quiet it. Each tale you'll hear is a lantern, lighting a path through the forest of thought. Each one whispers gently of truth, not in ideas, but in feelings that rise softly from within you. You don't need to understand. You only need to listen. Let the stories come to you like the rhythm of the tide. Let their words drift across your awareness and then dissolve into silence. You will hear of monks and rivers, of tigers and boats, of lotuses blooming in mud and hearts opening in stillness. Each story holds a key, a simple reminder that peace is never lost. It only waits beneath the noise. So, before we begin, set your intention for tonight. It doesn't need to be grand or clear. Perhaps it's just a whisper inside. Tonight, I choose to rest. I choose to remember peace. Let that intention rest in your chest like a small golden flame. With every breath, it glows brighter, warming the space around your heart. Now, feel your body once more, the weight of it, the warmth of it, the stillness beneath it. Notice how the ground supports you effortlessly. You are held by the earth itself. Every cell of your being knows how to rest. All you have to do is allow it. The breath is slower now, the thoughts fewer, the world quieter. You are crossing the threshold, from the waking mind into the realm of calm awareness, where stories become dreams and dreams become healing. Let the moonlight of your mind expand gently until it touches the edges of the night. Every sound you hear now, the flute, the wind, your breath, is a reminder of peace. You don't have to reach for it. It's already here. Now, surrender fully to this moment. Let the day slip away completely. The body sleeps. The mind drifts. The heart opens. You have entered the temple of calmness, a space where time slows and wisdom whispers softly in the dark. Take one final deep breath with me. Inhale the silence. Exhale into stillness. The journey begins here, a 4-hour river of peace, guided by the timeless teachings of Zen. May each story you hear tonight carry you deeper into rest, deeper into understanding, deeper into the calm that has always lived within you. Once, in a quiet village surrounded by green hills and golden fields, there lived an old farmer who worked the same small piece of land every day of his life. He owned a single horse, a strong, brown mare that helped him plow the soil, carry his harvest, and bring him to the nearby market. The farmer was content. He didn't have much, but what he had was enough. One morning, when he went to the stable, he found the gate open. The mare was gone. His neighbors soon gathered around, shaking their heads. "What bad luck," they said. "Your only horse has run away. How will you work your fields now?" The old man looked at them and smiled gently. "Maybe good, maybe bad," he said. "We'll see." Days passed. The farmer continued to work his land by hand, moving slowly through the fields under the summer sun. Then, one afternoon, a cloud of dust appeared on the horizon. From the hills came his missing horse, and behind her, a group of wild horses, strong and beautiful, following her home. The neighbors gasped. "What good fortune," they said. "You've gained not one horse, but many." The farmer smiled again. "Maybe good, maybe bad," he said softly. "We'll see." A few days later, the farmer's only son began to train one of the new horses. The stallion was fierce and untamed. As the boy tried to mount it, the horse reared and threw him violently to the ground. His leg broke badly. The neighbors came again, full of pity. "Oh, how unlucky," they cried. "Your son cannot work. Now you must do everything alone." The old man looked at his son, then back to the neighbors. "Maybe good, maybe bad," he said. "We'll see." Weeks passed. The son's leg began to heal. The farmer tended the fields quietly as he always had. Then one morning, soldiers arrived in the village. A war had begun, and every young man was ordered to join the army. But when they saw the farmer's son limping on his injured leg, they passed him by. The neighbors wept for their own sons as they were taken away. They came to the old man again and said, You are the luckiest of all. Your son has been spared." The farmer looked out at the distant hills, his eyes calm as morning light. "Maybe good, maybe bad," he said softly. "We'll see." As the seasons turned, the village changed. Some families lost everything, others gained. The farmer continued to plant seeds, harvest grain, and care for his son. He never wished for more. He never cursed his fate. He simply worked with what came: joy and sorrow, sunshine and rain, gain and loss, treating them all the same. In time, the villagers began to understand. They saw that the farmer's peace did not come from what happened to him, but from how he met each moment. He did not cling when life was sweet, nor resist when life was bitter. He simply breathed and said, "Maybe good, maybe bad. We'll see." Now, dear listener, take a deep, slow breath in and exhale softly. Think of something in your life right now that feels uncertain. Something you've labeled as good or bad. Breathe in deeply. Feel that judgment loosen. Breathe out and whisper softly within yourself, "I do not know the whole story yet. I trust the unfolding." See your life like a river, winding, unpredictable, sometimes calm, sometimes wild. Each turn brings something new. You do not need to control its current. You only need to float. With each breath, allow yourself to surrender a little more to the flow of what is. Inhale, acceptance. Exhale, release. Maybe good, maybe bad, I'll see. Let those words echo softly in your heart, like ripples fading across still water. Now, rest in that trust. Let life carry you where it will, without fear, without resistance. Because calmness is not the absence of change. It's the grace of flowing with it. As you breathe in this peace, let the story dissolve into quiet. You are ready for the next teaching, a tale of letting go even deeper, where emptiness becomes freedom. Let us continue now to Story 2, the Empty Boat Parable, and drift further into the calm current of the night. There was once a monk who loved the silence of the lake. Every morning, before the first light of dawn, he would row his small wooden boat to the center of the still water, where the world was quiet and the air felt like peace itself. There, he would sit cross-legged, close his eyes, and let his mind become as still as the surface around him. He loved this hour, the hour before sunrise, when mist clung gently to the water and everything felt suspended in eternity. But one morning, as he sat in deep meditation, a sudden thud broke the silence. Something had struck his boat hard. The monk opened his eyes, startled, and anger rose quickly from his chest. "Who dares disturb my meditation?" he shouted. The fog was thick. He couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction. The boat rocked slightly, and the monk's heartbeat quickened. He waited for a reply, but there was none. Slowly, he rose and peered through the mist. There, bumping gently against his side, was another boat, empty, drifting aimlessly across the lake. No rower, no sound, only an empty vessel, moved by the wind. The monk stood still, and then he laughed. His anger vanished instantly, as if it had never been. He sat down again, his heart quiet, his face soft with understanding. That moment changed him forever. He realized that all along, it was never the boat that disturbed him, but his own mind. When he thought there was someone to blame, anger flared like fire. When he saw the truth, that the boat was empty, peace returned like the lake itself, clear and still. From that day on, the monk used the lake as his teacher. Each time anger arose, each time someone's words or actions bumped into his calm, he would say softly to himself, "The boat is empty." And his heart would settle again. He began to see that life itself was full of empty boats, people drifting through the world, carried by the winds of their own pain, their own confusion, their own longing to be free. Why be angry at the wind? Why curse the current? Better to smile and let the ripples pass. Years later, the monk became known for his serenity. People would come to him with their troubles, and he would listen with such patience that even their anger would soften. When asked for his secret, he would smile and say, "Every time someone collides with me, I remember. Their boat too is empty, and sometimes mine is as well." The lake remained his home, and when he grew old, he was often seen drifting slowly at sunset, eyes closed, a small smile on his face, his boat swaying gently on the still water, an empty boat floating freely in the vastness of life. Now, dear listener, take a deep breath in and exhale gently. Picture yourself floating on a calm lake at dawn. The water is still. The mist is soft. The air is cool against your skin. Now imagine another small boat drifting toward you slowly until it touches your side. Notice what arises within you. A thought, a feeling, perhaps a small resistance. Then whisper softly within your heart, "The boat is empty." Breathe that truth in. Feel your chest open. Exhale. Feel the reaction fade like mist under sunlight. Every time you feel disturbed, every time life bumps against your calm, remember, there is no one to fight, no one to blame. There is only the movement of the river of life, and you, the still witness, watching the ripples come and go. Whisper again, "The boat is empty. The lake is still. I am peace." Let those words dissolve into the quiet. Let them carry you deeper into stillness. Now, rest. You have learned the art of letting go, not by controlling, but by allowing. The current of calmness continues to flow, carrying you gently toward the next chapter of this night's journey. A new lesson about the fire of anger and the cool wisdom that tames it. Let us drift onward now to Story 3, Buddha and the Angry Man. One morning, as the Buddha walked quietly through a small village, a man approached him, burning with anger. "Who do you think you are?" the man shouted. "You walk here like a holy one, yet you do nothing for the people. You teach peace while others suffer." His words cut through the still air like sharp stones. Villagers stopped to listen, their faces tense, waiting for the Buddha to reply. But the Buddha said nothing. He stood still, eyes soft, face serene, like a lake that does not ripple even when the wind touches it. The angry man stepped closer. He spat on the ground. He insulted again and again, his voice trembling with his own fire. Still, the Buddha did not react. He only looked at the man, not with judgment, but with compassion. Finally, exhausted from his own shouting, the man asked, "Why do you not speak? Are you deaf? Are you afraid of me?" The Buddha smiled gently. "Tell me," he said, "if someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does the gift belong?" The man blinked, confused. "To the one who offered it, of course." The Buddha nodded. "In the same way," he said, "you offer me your anger, but I do not accept it. It remains yours." The man stood frozen, his mouth opened slightly, but no words came. Something inside him cracked open, not with shame, but with understanding. He looked into the Buddha's eyes and saw no enemy there. No resistance, only peace, vast and gentle, like the open sky after a storm. In that moment, his anger dissolved like mist under the morning sun. He fell to his knees and whispered, Forgive me." The Buddha smiled again. "There is nothing to forgive," he said. "When a man wakes from a dream, does he ask pardon from the dream itself?" The villagers watched in silence. Even the birds seemed to pause mid-song. Something unseen had shifted in the air, a peace that could not be spoken, only felt. The man bowed deeply. Tears touched his cheeks. He said, "From this day, I will not throw my anger at others. I will sit with it, watch it, and let it burn itself away." The Buddha placed a hand on his shoulder. "When you see anger, not as an enemy, but as a flame born from pain, you can tend to it like a small fire, carefully, kindly, until it dies in warmth, not smoke." That evening, the man joined the others in meditation. As he sat, he could still feel small sparks of anger flicker within him. But now, he did not fear them. He simply breathed and watched, and slowly the fire turned to light. Now, dear listener, take a deep, slow breath in and exhale gently. Think of a moment when someone's words or actions lit a fire in your heart. Feel that heat, not to feed it, but to see it clearly. It is only energy, wanting to be understood. Now, imagine yourself standing before that person. They hand you a box, a gift wrapped in fire. You look at it, and instead of taking it, you smile gently and say, "I do not accept this gift." Watch as the flames cool and fade. The fire has nowhere to go. It returns to silence. Whisper softly within yourself, "Anger is not mine to keep. I see it. I breathe it. I let it go." With each breath, feel the space in your chest widen. What was once burning is now warmth, soft, glowing, peaceful. In this stillness, you are free. Free from reaction, free from the cycle of giving and receiving anger. Only compassion remains, quiet, effortless, infinite. Now rest here for a moment, in this cool peace. And as the night deepens, let this calm carry you to the next Zen story, the two arrows teaching, where you will learn how pain begins and how to end it before it pierces twice. Long ago, there was a monk named Aaron who lived in a quiet monastery high among the mountains. He was disciplined, patient, and kind, but inside him, there was a subtle tension he could not name. Every time pain arose, a sore muscle from labor, a harsh word from another monk, a disappointment from life, he would tighten, and thoughts would rush in like a storm. One morning, as Aaron swept the monastery courtyard, he caught his hand on a thorny branch. The sting was sharp and sudden. He winced and whispered, "Ah." pain. It was a small wound, a single drop of blood, but his mind began to move faster than his breath. I should have been more careful. Why does this always happen to me? Now I won't be able to work properly. Each thought added another layer of pain, and soon the thorn's prick had turned into a storm of self-blame. Later that day, when the monks gathered for meditation, Aaron could not sit still. His body was tense, his mind replaying the moment again and again. The master noticed and said softly, "Aaron, what troubles you?" The young monk lifted his hand. "It is nothing, master, just a thorn, but it disturbs me more than it should." The old master smiled, his eyes bright like candlelight. He picked up a small pebble from the ground and flicked it lightly against Aaron's arm. "Did that hurt?" "A little," Aaron said. "That," said the master, "is the first arrow, the unavoidable pain that life sometimes gives. Now watch." The master lifted another pebble and pressed it firmly into Aaron's palm. "And this," he said, "is the second arrow, the pain you create by holding on." Aaron looked down at the pebble in his hand. He understood. The first arrow was life. The second arrow was the mind. The master said, "When pain arises, meet it with awareness, not resistance. Feel it, breathe with it, and let it pass through you like wind through bamboo. Do not invite the second arrow." That evening, Aaron returned to the courtyard where the thorn had pricked him. He sat beneath the same tree and looked at the wound on his finger. He felt the sting, but now he only watched. He did not add a story to it. He did not call it unfair or bad. He simply breathed with it. And in that moment, the pain softened, not because it vanished, but because he no longer fought it. Years later, when Aaron himself became a teacher, he would hold up a small stone during meditation and tell his students, "Pain is the first arrow. Suffering is the second. Life may pierce you, but your mind decides whether to twist the blade." He would smile and remind them, "A wise one feels the first arrow completely and lets it go. A peaceful one never shoots the second." From then on, whenever discomfort appeared, a word, a memory, a loss, Aaron would whisper within himself, "This is only the first arrow." And as he breathed, the second never came. Now, dear listener, take a deep, slow breath in and exhale gently. Think of something that has hurt you recently, a word, an event, a memory. That's the first arrow. It's okay. It's part of being alive. Now watch what your mind wants to do next, to resist, to replay, to judge, to build stories around the pain. This is the second arrow. You can put it down. Whisper softly within yourself, I allow the first arrow to pass. I do not shoot the second. Breathe in, acceptance. Breathe out, release. Let the air move through you like wind through trees. Let every moment of resistance soften until nothing remains but stillness. You are the space between arrows, untouched, infinite, calm. Here, pain cannot stay. Here, peace cannot leave. Now, rest in that awareness. The night is deep, the breath is slow, and the peace that has always been within you is shining again, quietly, like starlight across the surface of still water. Let us continue now to the next segment of wisdom. Story 5, The Monk and the Woman at the River, a teaching of compassion, forgiveness, and release. Two monks, Taro and Kenji, were traveling together along a forest path. They had taken a vow of simplicity, to live lightly, to speak little, to touch nothing that might disturb the mind. After many miles, they came to a wide river. The current was strong, and the bridge that once crossed it had been washed away. On the riverbank stood a woman in fine clothes. Her robe was silk, her shoes delicate, and the fear in her eyes was clear. She looked at the rushing water and said, "Good sirs, can you help me cross? I cannot wade through this current alone." Kenji looked away. Their vows forbade touching women. He folded his hands and whispered a prayer for her safety, but did not move. Taro, the elder monk, nodded softly. Without a word, he stepped into the river, lifted the woman into his arms, and carried her carefully through the water. The current pulled at his robe. The stones were slippery beneath his feet, but his steps were calm and sure. When they reached the far bank, he set her down gently. She bowed deeply. "Thank you, kind monk," she said. Then she walked away down the path. The monks continued their journey in silence. Hours passed. The sun sank low. The sound of cicadas began to fill the air. Finally, Kenji could hold his words no longer. "Brother," he said, "you broke your vow. You carried that woman. How could you do such a thing?" Taro looked at him kindly and replied, "Brother, I set her down hours ago at the riverbank. Why are you still carrying her?" Kenji stopped walking. The words struck him deeper than any sermon ever could. He realized that while his brother had carried the woman across the water, he himself had been carrying her in his mind ever since. That evening, as they reached the monastery, Kenji bowed to Taro. He said softly, "Thank you for crossing the river with me as well." Taro smiled, his eyes shining with compassion. "We all carry what we think we've let go," he said. The practice is not only to release with the hands, but with the heart. From that day on, Kenji practiced a new kind of meditation, not only watching his breath, but watching what his mind refused to release. Each time a memory, a resentment, a regret arose, he would whisper to himself, "Set it down." And slowly, the burden he had carried for years began to lift. He realized that life is full of rivers, moments we must cross, encounters we must let pass. Some leave footprints, some leave ripples, but all flow away in time. Only the mind, holding on to the past, keeps wading upstream. Years later, when Kenji himself taught young monks, he would often tell this story at dusk, his voice quiet over the sound of evening rain. He would end it always the same way. When you reach the other side, let go of the river. Now, dear listener, take a deep, slow breath in and exhale softly. Imagine yourself standing beside a wide, flowing river. The water moves steadily, always forward, never back. In your hands, you hold a heavy stone. It is your past, the memory, the worry, the pain you've kept carrying. Feel its weight. Acknowledge it. Then, as you exhale, lower it gently into the water. Watch the current take it away, turning the heaviness into ripples, the ripples into light. Whisper softly within yourself, "I set it down. I forgive. I release." With each breath, your body feels lighter. Your heart expands. Your mind becomes as clear as the water flowing past. There is nothing to hold, nothing to resist. Everything, in its own time, finds the other shore. Now, rest in this peace. Let the river of your life keep flowing without needing to turn back. The past has been carried away. You are here, free, present, and whole. Let us now journey onward to the next Zen tale, the parable of the mustard seed, a story of loss, love, and the wisdom that comes when we realize that all beings share the same river of life. Long ago, in a quiet village near the edge of the forest, there lived a young woman named Kisa Gotami. Her life had been simple and full of love. Her husband was kind, and her only child, a little boy, was the light of her days. She would wake each morning to the sound of his laughter in the courtyard, the soft patter of his feet chasing the chickens, his bright eyes reflecting every joy the world could give. But one day, the laughter stopped. Her child fell ill. She held him in her arms for days and nights, whispering prayers, singing lullabies, pleading with every god she knew. Then, one morning, As the first light touched the horizon, his breath went still. The world for Kisa Gotami collapsed into silence. She cried out in grief, her voice echoing through the hills. Neighbors came offering words of comfort, but she could not hear them. All she could see was the small, still face she loved most in the world. She refused to believe he was gone. She wrapped his body in a soft cloth and carried him in her arms through the village, begging every healer she met, "Please bring my child back to life. Do anything, please." The villagers pitied her. Some turned away. Some whispered prayers, until at last, one kind old man said, "Go to the Buddha. He told her, he may have the medicine you need." So she walked, barefoot and trembling, through the forest to where the Buddha was teaching. When she saw him sitting beneath a Bodhi tree, her heart filled with desperate hope. She fell at his feet and cried, "Blessed One, my child is dead. Please, give me medicine to bring him back." The Buddha looked at her with deep compassion. He did not speak for a moment, then said gently, "Yes, Gotami, there is a way. Bring me a handful of mustard seeds from a home that has never known death." Her eyes lit up. She bowed low and ran back toward the village, her arms still holding the small, silent bundle. At the first house she came to, she called out, "Please, do you have mustard seeds? The Buddha says it will heal my child." The woman at the door nodded kindly. "Of course, sister," she said, "but this house has known death. My father passed away last winter." Kisa Gotami bowed and thanked her, then ran to the next house, and the next, and the next. Every door opened with kindness, and every home held a story of loss. One had lost a daughter, another a husband, another a mother, a brother, a friend. By evening, Kisa Gotami had walked through the whole village, and not one house was free from death. She sat by the roadside, the little body still in her arms. The moon rose quietly above the trees, and the world glowed silver and still. Then, for the first time, her tears stopped. She looked up at the sky and saw the truth written in the stars, that she was not alone, that every heart on earth had carried this same pain. She whispered softly to her child, "You belong to the same world as all others, the world where everything changes." At dawn, she returned to the Buddha. Her arms were empty. She bowed deeply and said, "I could not find a single home without loss." The Buddha smiled gently. "Now you have found the medicine," he said. "It is not mustard seed, it is understanding." From that day, Kisa Gotami became a disciple of the Buddha. She did not seek to escape her pain, but to understand it. She learned that grief, when held with compassion, becomes the doorway to wisdom. Years later, she taught others with the same tenderness that once filled her grief. She would say, "We come into this world with open hands, and we leave it the same way. Between those two moments, everything we love will change, and that is what makes it precious." Now, dear listener, take a deep, slow breath in and exhale gently. Bring to mind someone or something you have lost. Let the feeling rise, not to drown you, but to be seen. Breathe in and whisper softly within yourself, "I am not alone in my sorrow." Breathe out and feel how the river of life connects you to every being who has ever loved, ever lost, ever healed. There is no house untouched by change, no heart untouched by love, no soul untouched by impermanence. The pain you feel is the same river that flows through all beings. And when you stop fighting its current, you begin to float, not away from your loss, but deeper into compassion. Whisper once more, "I release what was. I honor what remains. I am part of all that lives and passes." Now let the river carry you into a wider peace, the kind that comes not from forgetting, but from remembering that everything is held in the same vast love. Rest in this knowing. The past has returned to the river, and you are free to float into the calm beyond it. Let us drift now to the next Zen tale, The Monk and the Scorpion, a story of compassion that does not choose, and the nature of kindness that asks for nothing in return. It was early morning in the forest. The sky was still gray with the last touch of night. Mist hung over the river like breath, and the world seemed to hold itself in silence. An old monk named Rusho walked barefoot along the riverbank, gathering water for the monastery. He moved slowly, his heart calm, his breath deep and even. As he reached the edge of the water, he noticed a small scorpion struggling in the current. Its tiny legs flailed helplessly, its body carried by the flow, seconds away from being swept away. Without hesitation, the monk reached down and scooped the scorpion from the water. Immediately, the scorpion stung him on the hand. He gasped softly from the pain, set the creature gently on the ground, and watched it crawl toward a dry rock. A young novice, who had been following him, cried out, "Master, why did you save it? It stung you." The monk smiled faintly. He looked at his trembling hand, then at the scorpion. "Because," he said, "it is the nature of a scorpion to sting, but it is the nature of a monk to save." Later that day, the monk returned to the river, and again the same scorpion had fallen into the water. He reached down once more, lifting it with care, and again it stung him. The novice shouted, "Master, why do you keep helping it? Can't you see it will only hurt you?" The monk looked at the water glimmering under sunlight. "Because compassion," he said, "is not a trade, it is a way of being." The novice frowned, confused but silent. That evening, as they sat in meditation by the sound of rain, the monk said softly, "When the heart is open, it does not choose who deserves kindness. It gives the way the river gives water, to the saint and the sinner, to the tree and the stone alike." The novice whispered, "But what if your kindness is never returned?" The old monk smiled. "Then your kindness is pure." As the years passed, the novice grew into a teacher himself, and when his own students asked, "How do we keep loving those who hurt us?" he would tell this story of the scorpion. He would say, "The heart that has truly awakened does not love to be loved. It loves because it cannot do otherwise." That is the nature of compassion, not to judge, not to weigh, but to shine like light, regardless of who stands in its glow. Years later, when the old monk's ashes were scattered by the same river, the novices who stood by whispered his words, letting them drift away with the current. Do not let another's nature change your own. And as the ashes dissolved into the water, the scorpion was seen once again, floating quietly on the surface, as if guarding the memory of a heart too vast to be harmed. Now, dear listener, take a deep, slow breath in and exhale softly. Think of someone or something that has hurt you before, not to reopen the wound, but to see it clearly with a new kind of softness. Breathe in. See the pain for what it was. Breathe out. Release the wish to return it. Whisper gently within yourself, "Their nature does not decide mine." Again, inhale, kindness. Exhale, reaction. You do not need to be guarded to be safe. You do not need to close your heart to find peace. Compassion is not weakness. It is strength that chooses love over fear. Now, imagine your heart as a small, glowing lantern. No matter what touches it, wind, water, shadow, the flame remains. Let that flame grow warm within you. Let it spread through your body, your breath, your thoughts. You are kindness itself. You are the light that keeps shining, even in the storm. Now rest in that warmth, and as you do, let the next story unfold. A tale of the protected heart garden, where love, when tended with care, blooms again and again, without fear of being hurt. There was once a young woman named Hannah who lived on the edge of a forest known for its stillness. Behind her small cottage was a walled garden, once full of flowers and fruit, but now quiet, overgrown, forgotten. She rarely went there anymore. Too many memories lingered among the weeds. This garden had once been a place of joy, shared with a man she had loved deeply. But when he left, the garden wilted with her heart. For many seasons, Hannah locked the gate and let the vines reclaim the earth. She told herself it was better that way, that it was safer not to feel too much. One morning, an old monk passed by her home on his journey through the countryside. He paused at the sight of the crumbling wall and asked gently, "Who tends this garden?" Hannah replied, "No one. There is nothing left worth tending." The monk smiled. "Ah," he said softly, "but even an untended garden still grows something. What grows here now?" Hannah hesitated, then answered quietly, "Thorns." The monk nodded. "Then perhaps it is time to plant something new." Reluctantly, Hannah followed him to the gate. The hinges groaned as she pushed it open. Inside, the once lovely garden was a tangle of wild vines and dry earth. Yet sunlight still filtered through the branches, and the soil still smelled of life. The monk handed her a small wooden box. Inside were a few tiny seeds. "These are not flowers for the eyes," he said. "They bloom only when watered with kindness." For days, Hannah worked in silence. She pulled the weeds, dug the soil, and planted the seeds one by one. At first, she felt nothing, only the ache of old memories returning. Faces, words, the echo of a love lost. But she kept tending, day after day, watering the soil with her patience. Weeks passed. Tiny green shoots appeared. Hannah felt something shift inside her, a faint warmth, a fragile joy. She began to realize that the garden was not just earth, it was her own heart. Each act of care, each moment of gentleness was healing something unseen within her. One evening, the old monk came back. He smiled at the small blossoms now swaying in the breeze. "Do you see?" he said. "Pain closes the heart, but tending it with love opens it again." Hannah nodded. Tears shimmered in her eyes, not of sadness, but of release. She said softly, "My heart was like this garden. I thought I could protect it by closing the gate, but I was only starving it of light." The monk bowed. "The purpose of a garden," he said, "is not to stay untouched, but to bloom, even if it must be planted again and again." From that day on, Hannah cared for her garden every morning. And though sometimes thorns still grew, she did not fear them. They reminded her that even beauty needs its edges, and that every heart carries both pain and promise. As the seasons turned, the garden became her sanctuary, a living reflection of her own healing. She never locked the gate again. Instead, she left it open so that sunlight, rain, and travelers could all enter freely. And in the heart of that garden, beneath the shade of a blooming tree, she carved a small stone with simple words. Love is not what I lost. It is what I've learned to grow. Now, dear listener, take a deep, slow breath in and exhale gently. Bring your attention to your chest, to the quiet space of your heart. Imagine it as a garden surrounded by soft light. Perhaps parts of it are overgrown. Perhaps some corners are dry or shadowed. That's okay. All gardens go through seasons. Breathe in, compassion. Breathe out, protection. With each breath, you are tending your heart, watering it with kindness. Whisper softly within yourself, I open the gate of my heart. I care for what has been hurt. I allow love to grow again. Feel that warmth spreading through you, like sunlight touching soil. The garden within you is alive. It knows how to heal. It only asks for patience and care. Now, rest in that feeling. Let your breath move gently, as if it were the wind moving through the leaves of your inner garden. Every inhale brings renewal. Every exhale brings peace. The gate is open now. Love is flowing again. And as the night deepens, we continue our journey into the next teaching of simplicity and awareness. Story 9, The Overflowing Teacup, where wisdom begins when the mind becomes empty. In a small temple, high in the mountains, there lived an old Zen master known for his calm presence. People came from distant lands to learn from him. Monks, poets, scholars, and kings. One day, a famous professor arrived. He was well known for his knowledge of philosophy and religion. He had studied all the scriptures, debated with countless teachers, and written many books. Yet still, he came seeking the secret of Zen. The master welcomed him with a smile and led him to a small wooden table. They sat facing each other in silence as steam rose from a freshly boiled kettle. The professor began to speak at once. He spoke of logic, of sutras, of meditation methods and theories. His words filled the air like a fast-flowing river, and the master simply listened, nodding gently, saying nothing. After a while, the master picked up the teapot and began to pour. He filled the professor's cup to the brim, but he did not stop. The tea spilled over the edge, onto the saucer, then across the table, dripping slowly onto the floor. The professor jumped back. "Stop," he cried. "Can't you see it's overflowing?" The master smiled softly. "Yes," he said, "like this cup, your mind is full. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty it?" The professor froze. The sound of dripping tea echoed between them. For the first time in many years, he had no words. He looked down at the small puddle on the table and saw his reflection trembling in the surface. Something within him began to quiet. The endless voice of knowing, of proving, of defending. That evening, he stayed at the temple. For hours, he swept the floor in silence, helped prepare the evening meal, and sat by the fire with the monks. No one asked him questions. No one sought his opinion. In that silence, a different kind of knowing began to grow, not of the mind, but of the heart. When morning came, he bowed before the master and said, "I came to learn what Zen is. Now I realize it cannot be learned, only experienced." The master poured him a fresh cup of tea, filling it halfway. "Then drink," he said, "and leave space for the next sip." From that day on, the professor no longer lectured about Zen. He practiced it in the way he walked, the way he listened, the way he poured tea. And when people asked him what he had discovered, he would smile and say, "I learned that wisdom is not something you collect. It's what appears when you stop holding so tightly." Years later, when he too became old and gray, he would often tell this story to his students. He would pour tea slowly, let it overflow just a drop, and whisper, "Empty your cup." Now, dear listener, take a slow, deep breath in and exhale gently. Notice the mind, how full it often feels, crowded with thoughts, plans, and answers. Now, imagine it as a teacup, beautiful, fragile, but full to the edge. With each breath, let a little of that tea pour away. Each thought, each worry, each "I should." Inhale, soft curiosity. Exhale, everything you think you know. Whisper quietly within yourself, "I empty my cup. I make space for peace." Feel that space widen inside you. A quiet openness, like morning mist over still water. In that emptiness, there is no confusion, no striving, no need to understand. There is only this moment, simple, calm, complete. Now, rest in that simplicity. Let the silence fill you like warm tea filling an empty cup. And as you drift deeper into stillness, let us move gently to the next tale of wild beauty and inner courage. Story 10. The Monk and the Tiger. Where fear becomes strength and stillness tames even the fiercest storm. There was once a young monk named Daigo who lived in a small monastery at the edge of a dense forest. He had come to the temple seeking peace, to escape the noise of the world, to meditate and find enlightenment. But the forest at night was not silent. It was alive with sound, whispers of wind through branches, the hooting of owls, the rustle of unseen creatures moving in the dark. And among them, the monks often spoke of a tiger, a great beast that roamed the hills, its roars shaking the silence before dawn. Daigo feared the tiger. Each night, as he sat in meditation, he could feel his heart beating faster when he heard the sound of its call echoing through the valley. He tried to push the fear away, to drown it in chanting and breath. But the more he resisted, the stronger it became. Finally, one evening, his teacher said to him, "Daigo, you came here seeking peace. But peace does not come from running away. It comes from seeing clearly." The next morning, Daigo rose before sunrise. Mist clung to the ground. The forest was silent except for the soft murmur of insects. He walked deep into the woods, carrying nothing but his breath and his fear. When he reached a clearing, he sat down on the damp earth, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. Moments later, he heard it, a low growl from the shadows. His body froze. His heart pounded. Every instinct told him to run. But he stayed. He breathed. He remembered his teacher's words. Peace is not the absence of fear. It is meeting fear without retreat. The sound of heavy footsteps came closer. The growl deepened. The air grew thick with the scent of earth and fur. Daigo opened his eyes. There, just a few paces away, stood the tiger, its golden eyes locked on his. The world narrowed into stillness. Every sound disappeared except the sound of his breath. The tiger took one slow step forward. Daigo bowed his head, not in surrender, but in acceptance. He whispered softly, "If this is fear, let me know it fully. If this is death, let me meet it in peace." The tiger stopped. Its gaze softened, its body lowered, and for a brief, timeless moment, the two sat in stillness. The beast and the monk, the wild and the calm, sharing the same breath. Then, without sound, the tiger turned and disappeared into the mist. When Daigo returned to the monastery, his teacher looked at him and smiled. "You have met the tiger," he said. "Now, you will never fear your own mind again." From that day forward, Daigo's meditation was different. He no longer sought silence to escape noise, nor calm to escape fear. He simply sat, allowing everything to come and go, the sounds, the memories, the emotions, like clouds passing through the sky. And in that stillness, he found true peace. Years later, when Daigo became a teacher, he told his students, "Each of us carries a tiger within, the fear of loss, the fear of pain, the fear of life itself. But when we turn to face it, it bows." He would then smile and add, "Courage is not fighting the tiger, it is sitting with it until you realize it was only your reflection in the still water." And those who heard his words said they could feel it, a quiet strength that did not roar but breathed. Now, dear listener, take a deep, slow breath in and exhale gently. Think of something in your life that has felt like a tiger, something you feared, avoided, or fought to control. See it before you now, not as an enemy, but as a part of you that longs to be seen. Breathe in and whisper softly within yourself, "I see you, I do not run." Exhale and feel the strength that comes from stillness. Every fear dissolves when it is met with awareness. Every shadow fades when you turn toward it. Whisper again, gently, "Peace is not escaping the tiger. Peace is sitting beside it." Now, let that peace expand through you, into your chest, your breath, your thoughts. The tiger sleeps now, and so does your fear. Rest in that calm. You have learned the wisdom of simplicity, the power of seeing without struggle. And as night deepens, we will now journey to the final chapter. Story 11. The Buddha's Simple Robe. A lesson about humility, gratitude, and coming home to what truly matters. In the early days, after the Buddha attained enlightenment, he wandered from village to village, sharing the Dharma with all who would listen, rich and poor, kings and beggars, the joyful and the broken-hearted alike. He wore only one robe, woven of humble cloth that had been stitched together from scraps found along the roads and riverbanks. The robe was simple, patches of different colors, some faded by sun, some dark with age. Yet when the Buddha walked beneath the morning light, it seemed to shine. One day, a wealthy merchant approached him. He bowed deeply and said, "Blessed One, you are the most revered being in all the world. Why do you wear such a poor robe? Surely you deserve the finest silk, woven with gold thread." The Buddha smiled. He looked down at the robe around his shoulders and said softly, "This robe is perfect. It covers what is cold, it protects what is bare, and it reminds me that freedom is not found in owning, but in being content." The merchant frowned. "But surely comfort is not wrong, my lord. Why live so simply when you could have abundance?" The Buddha looked at him with gentle eyes. "Abundance is not having many things," he said. It is knowing that you already have enough. He then told the merchant a story. Once, the Buddha said, there was a man who built a house of gold, but could not sleep because he feared it would be stolen. And there was another man who slept under the stars with nothing and dreamed of heaven. Tell me, who was truly rich? The merchant bowed his head. He understood. From that day, the Buddha's robe became more than just a garment. It became a teaching. Each patch symbolized compassion, patience, and gratitude. Each thread reminded his followers that peace does not depend on the world outside, but on the simplicity of the heart. Years later, when one of his disciples found his robe frayed and torn, he offered to weave a new one. But the Buddha said, "Mend it if you wish, but keep the old cloth for another purpose. Nothing that still serves should be thrown away." And so, when the robe could no longer be worn, it became a blanket for the sick, then a cloth for cleaning, and finally, when it was nothing but threads, it was placed under the roots of a Bodhi tree to nourish new life. The disciples marveled at this, and the Buddha said, "The robe teaches us how to live, to use each moment fully, to waste nothing, to live simply, and to give back what we no longer need." When he later addressed the monks, he lifted the robe in his hands and said, "When you wear your robe, wear it not as cloth, but as a reminder that contentment is your true adornment, humility your true beauty, and gratitude your true wealth." The monks bowed deeply, their hearts quiet and full. From that day on, they took greater care in every small act, folding their robes with reverence, eating with mindfulness, and walking with gentle steps upon the earth. For they understood that enlightenment was not a distant flame to chase, but a soft light shining through the simplest things. Now, dear listener, take a deep, slow breath in and exhale gently. Feel the air move across your skin, soft, cool, like the touch of a simple robe. Everything you need is already here. The breath, the warmth of your body, the rhythm of life moving quietly within you. Whisper softly within yourself, "I have enough. I am enough. This moment is enough." Feel the weight of wanting begin to lift. Every desire that said "I need more" becomes lighter now, like leaves carried by the wind. In its place, a quiet gratitude blooms, simple, steady, pure. Breathe into that gratitude. Let it fill you completely. It is your true robe, woven of peace, stitched with contentment, dyed in the color of stillness. With each breath, wrap yourself in it. Feel it around your heart, soft, warm, eternal. Now, rest in that simplicity. You have come home, not to a place, but to a way of being. And as the night deepens, let us continue to the final story of this long journey. Story 12, The Student Who Came Home, where awakening is not found in distant temples, but in the quiet return to oneself. There was once a young monk named Soren who lived in a monastery at the edge of a great mountain. He was sincere, disciplined, and filled with a quiet longing for enlightenment. Every day, he meditated before sunrise, served the elders, studied the sutras, and tried with all his heart to be free of desire. But inside, he carried a restlessness he could not name, a subtle ache, as if something essential was still missing. One evening, he went to his teacher, an old monk named Kaito, and bowed deeply. "Master," he said, "I have done everything I was taught. I have fasted, prayed, meditated, and yet I do not feel awakened. What am I missing?" Kaito looked at him for a long moment, then smiled. "You are missing nothing," he said softly. "You are only missing the place where you began." The young monk frowned. "I do not understand." "Then go," said the teacher. "Leave the monastery, wander, search for what you think is missing. When you find it, return." And so Soren left. He walked through forests and villages, crossed rivers and mountains, spoke with hermits and scholars. He sat with mystics in silence, chanted with monks in distant temples, and slept beneath the stars when no temple would take him. Years passed. He learned many things: how to still the breath, how to still the mind, how to still even thought itself. But the restlessness never fully left him. No matter where he went, it followed like a shadow. One night, weary from travel, he came to the edge of a small village. It was quiet. The scent of rice and wood smoke hung in the air. Children laughed somewhere in the dark. He sat beneath a tree, watching a woman sweep her doorstep. Her movements were slow, mindful, peaceful. She did not seem to be seeking anything. In that simple rhythm, something broke open inside him. The effort, the striving, the endless search for something more. He realized that the peace he had been chasing was never in the mountain, never in the sutras, never in the words of teachers. It was in the breath, in the sound of the broom, in the warmth of this ordinary night. The next morning, he began the long journey back to his monastery. When he arrived, he found his teacher sitting beneath the same old tree, smiling as if he had never left. "Master," Soren said, bowing deeply, "I have searched everywhere and found nothing new. Everything I sought was already here." The old monk nodded. "Yes, he said. The one who leaves to find the way is the same one who returns to walk it. Soren asked, Then what is enlightenment, Master? The teacher picked up a small cup of tea and poured it slowly into Soren's hands. The warmth spread through his palms, and the scent rose gently into the morning air. This, said the teacher, drinking tea, breathing, being, when you stop searching, you are already home. From that day on, Soren stopped trying to be enlightened. He simply lived. He swept the floor with attention. He listened to the rain with gratitude. He bowed not out of duty, but out of joy. And in that simple life, peace came, not as a flash of light, but as a steady warmth that never left again. Years later, when students came to him with the same question, How do I awaken? He would smile and say, Go home. Eat when you are hungry. Rest when you are tired. And know that the ordinary moment is already sacred. Now, dear listener, take a slow, deep breath in and exhale gently. You have walked a long path tonight, through stories of letting go, transforming anger, releasing the past, opening the heart, and finding wisdom in simplicity. Now you have arrived home, not a place, but a presence, not a destination, but a remembering. Whisper softly within yourself, I am home. I am here. I am peace. With every breath, feel yourself settling deeper into that truth. No need to change, no need to seek. The journey is over. You are the stillness you've been chasing. Let your body rest. Let your breath flow. Let your mind drift like a cloud through an endless sky. You have returned to yourself, to this breath, to this moment. Now, sleep, dear one. Not as an escape, but as a continuation of peace. May your dreams be gentle, your heart light, your spirit free.